a flow here. Just getting started. I'm going to be continuing work on a project I started surprisingly a year ago. I didn't realize it's been that long, but a year ago, in preparation for last winter, I started what I'm calling a firewood cabinet, and you'll see it in a moment. It's just like a rolling large table type thing with storage space underneath it and swinging outdoors and etc. It definitely needs some refinement, and it's not meant to be like a, hey, do this project because it's a good idea. It's more just kind of a makeshift thing that I did. It's a pretty good, decent thing that I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, it's a bad idea. It's a pretty good idea, but it's not weatherproof because I just used whatever materials I had around. It's made by 2x4s, just 2x4 construction, very basic, with some cedar planks on the side. And the part that actually makes it not as great is the tabletop, and you'll see that a bit later maybe, which I'm going to have to do some repair on it. I basically just used old drafting tabletop that it's just something I had around. I didn't feel like making something for the tabletop, so that is not meant to be outside. It's not weatherproof, so I just have a tarp over it, which is kind of the part that makes it sort of incomplete. Maybe someday I will replace that with something that's weatherproof, or at least treat it somehow. But for the moment, I'm just using what I have because I don't have money to go out and buy a bunch of stuff. So let's get out there and see where we're at, see what we're gonna try to accomplish today. Hey, Charity TF guy. Oh, which reminds me, I need to move my chat in this scene. I added back my song, what do you call it? Whatever, song identifier thing. So let me just move this up a bit. We're fine. Actually, I wrote a Python script, or I didn't write anything because I don't know how to write Python scripts, but I had AI make it for me. So now I can show what songs are playing on the screen. I actually also wrote a script that allows me to listen to the music, but it's not working at the moment, and I don't feel like wasting time with that. So I'm not going to worry about it. So let's get out there and see what we can accomplish today. I'm sort of trying to wind down my live streaming frequency if it feels like it's keeping me from things I need to do, but since this is a project that I need to do and I usually live stream these projects, it's not counterproductive to do this. It gives me the ability to connect with people while I'm working on projects if anybody comes by. So I'll give myself permission. So let's see. I guess I could sort of showcase this thing a little bit. I need to get this cord so it's not gonna cause issues. So the idea of this thing is it's sort of multi-purpose, but the general biggest purpose for it is to have a place to put firewood. So like, a little bit of it I'll use for kindling like this. I'll stack that up higher. And then the other side, or the main part of it, both sides and kind of in back and whatever, it will be used for bigger firewood, which I need to cut some. I haven't cut any this year. And I'm probably actually going to run out of wood this year, or I don't think I'll actually run out this winter, but like this will be the last full amply supplied year that we have probably if I continue to live here, because it goes pretty fast when it's cold. We don't have any like proper electric or gas heat here, so I'm just using firewood, wood stove. So this is on fairly heavy duty caster wheels that will hopefully last long enough to make this thing useful. I think they're rated for a pretty decent amount of weight. I can't really see them, but they're under there. So this is what I did last year. And I'm not going to show the top. The top's actually pretty cool, but I'm not going to bother showing that right now because I'd have to get all the tools off of there and the tarp. But the top actually has these hinges and it raises up so you can access the wood or whatever's in this thing from above. I just wanted to make it as versatile as possible. I mean, it would be a little bit extreme to have a door on every single side, like like on the short sides, for example. So I didn't go that far, but I do have these doors on like these sides, so I can access this way. And it's mainly to keep like, you know, mice. Well, mice are gonna get, but they're not gonna bother getting in there. There's no benefit to them. But what I'm more actually concerned about is the neighbor's cats getting in there, because they do their thing where they pee on everything and make it smell disgusting. So that's the main reason it even needs doors to begin with. Otherwise I could just leave it open all the time pretty much. But that's because of that. And so what is essentially make the same kind of thing on this side. Technically it's not necessary, in the sense that last year I just had this whole table up against the side of the cabin or the house, whatever, and so nothing can get in there and it's protected well enough. Obviously, like I said, mice or insects can get in there, but you can't do anything about that. That's going to happen no matter what. And they don't get in there. I've never seen a mouse going in here. There's no, like I said, there's no benefit to them to do that, other than to possibly stay warm. But in the winter, they'll need to hunker down better than what this thing can supply. So, and if there's a mouse in there, they'll get scared away when I come out to get firewood. So it doesn't matter at all. The thing that matters more to me is the cats getting in there, or a raccoon, or I don't know what else might bother to go in there, but the cats probably would, because I've seen them on our wood pile making a mess, and honestly, it's disgusting. So basically it's to keep the cats out for the most part. So let's make sure we got a decent camera angle here. I don't know how tall I am in the frame, but I'd like to go down a little bit so I can show the whole thing, but not necessarily chop off the top of my head. Go back a little bit, I guess. So I think I hinted at this earlier, but this is entirely 2x4 construction. It's very inexpensive to make. The only exception is that I recycled a drafting tabletop, like I mentioned earlier, and that's what this these two boards are here. Oh, by the way, this is split in two down the middle and has this board going across, so that you can lift up one side or the other side while keeping one side flat, which is pretty nice. So say you have a bunch of stuff stacked on here, or you have your drink stacked on here, and you want to get in there, you can lift up half of it without emptying the entire thing, which is convenient. And then, speaking of my drink, that's why I said that. Anyway, this wood is, I don't know what it is. It's like balsa wood or basswood or whatever, that kind of cheapy, really very soft wood, and so it's definitely not weatherproof. And I can't easily show this. Maybe I can show it possibly. Might be able to show one side of it. I'm not even sure what condition this is in. Oh, it opens that way? Oh, because I flipped it around. Okay. So yeah, this opens this way, but the problem is these are, I don't know if you can see from there, but they're laminated boards that were glued together, I guess. There's no mechanical reinforcement to keep them together, so whatever glue they use or whatever method they use, it's not really good for outdoor use. Like, even honestly, indoor use, I don't know. In my opinion, they should have reinforced it with something underneath, so you might be able to see that this is splitting there. That happened at some point over the last year. So this has a hinge on one side, so I can open it like that and access underneath. But what I need to do is, since the laminated boards go this direction, I need to put something underneath it that reinforces at least 1, 2, or 3 boards going across underneath. They need to be able to fit inside this area here. So anyway, I need to work on that, but that's not really the highest priority. First, I need to work on these doors. So I'm going to have some swinging outdoors just like the other side. So that's what I'm planning to do today. So that's the introduction. Way too long. I'm just going to get straight into it. This isn't meant to be an instructive follow along with me kind of live stream or video later. It's just basically I'm a live streamer. I like to kind of show some of the projects or things that I do in life just as a way to connect with people while I'm working on things. I'm not an expert at anything. I just kind of do DIY stuff. And man, another thing I don't know if I'd want to do it on stream, but there's this big old yellow jacket nest over there in the pine needle pile, and I'm probably gonna have to deal with that before winter, because I don't know if they'll survive the winter in that spot. They might be well enough insulated that they do, but if I leave it until winter, then I'm not going to do anything about it, and then whatever. Anyway, but if I need to get through that pine needle pile and burn stuff, I risk getting attacked, so I need to deal with that at some point. Let's see. So first things first, I need to take some measurements. I already took these measurements, but I lost a piece of paper apparently that I had it all written down, so I'll just start over. Get a piece of paper to write it in. I've never really switched over to using my phone notes app kind of a thing. That I guess people with that kind of workflow probably never really lose anything per se. Even though I'm a former web developer and a pretty big tech nerd, my life is not consumed by tech in the sense that I use every possible tool to the best, to the utmost, or the best, most efficient patterns. Pretty old-fashioned, so let's just get some pencil and paper. Maybe, I wonder if I wrote that down here. Maybe that's what this is. No, it's something else. Okay, so let's just take some measurements. I actually made ironically, with all that tech talk that I just said, or anti-tech talk, I made a Python app, CLI, thing that calculates how to the most efficient way, or tell me how many boards I need to buy, and I actually used that when I went to hardware store a couple weeks ago. So let's see, this one is probably 30. I need to give a little bit of leeway so this will swing shut and not jam. So 30 3/4 on this side. I'd be very happy if they're the same, so I don't have to do special measurements for either side. I don't know how much tolerance I should give it. I definitely don't want it to be an issue. The other thing is, I need to think about how I'm going to design these, probably similar to what I did on this side. Basically, am I going to have 2 vertical pieces and the horizontal goes in between, or am I going to have 2 horizontal pieces and the verticals goes in between? And it looks like I did 2. Yeah, that does make sense, I think, to do it that way. I have 2 going all the way across and then linking in between. The reason I think that makes more sense is for the strength of the door. If this goes all the way across, it would be tied in better to that end where the hinge is. So I'll do that. I don't actually know how much tolerance I need for this, because this is going to be swinging out like this. I don't want it to like hit right here, so it needs like probably 1/8 of an inch at least of tolerance. I might do, yeah, these aren't exactly the same. I'm going to do about 1/8 inch. Let's do, I have to do very specific cuts, which is annoying. I was hoping they'd be exactly the same, so I don't have to like make each door like custom separate measurements. But I think we'll go 30 3/4. Let's do right door, left door. So 30.75. So I'll do fractions. 30 3/4 times 2. There's all the door pieces. I guess I can just do one at a time and not worry about what the other one is for the moment. Let's see. So these need, how tall do these need to be? This question. I hate tape measures, by the way. Absolutely despise them. But apparently no one's invented anything better yet. I like straight edges or yardstick type things, metal ones better, but you can't change their length, so that's the disadvantage of both. But these are so fiddly, I have a hard time dealing with them in general. Okay, so it looks like I'll go with 30 1/2. I wonder if that's what I used here. Approximately, yeah. So 30 1/2 tall. But you have to realize minus 3 1/2 here, 3 1/2 there, so 3 1/2 plus 3 1/2 is 7, so 30 1/2 minus 7 is 23 1/2. So we need 23 1/2 times 2 vertical door components. What else do I need? I think that's all I need for the door. I guess I could... No, I am going to do all of the pieces right now, because the whole reason I did this before and figured out what pieces I needed is so I could use my little script that tells me how to most efficiently cut the board. So if I don't have all the pieces in one place to do the equation, I may not do it correctly. So let's figure this one out. This one is... I'm just gonna go with the same, just to make it simple. It's close enough. So 30 3/4 across times 2. And the height will be the same, of course. 23 1/2 tall times 2. And then, if I'm remembering right, the only other thing I need to do is make the boards that go across this way to reinforce the tabletop on both sides, which are minimum 2 of those per side, and I think 2 would be enough. I don't recall if when I first calculated if I decided I wanted 2 or 3, because I put one in the center as well, but I'll just assume that I decided 2 per side was enough. Oh, you know what? I actually bought an extra board because it's always good to have at least one extra board in case you didn't calculate right or you make a cut mistake. I think I forgot that this is 2 separate pieces that can open their hatch separately, and so I think what I did is I calculated 3, like 1 in the center and 2 on the sides. Not sure because I don't remember and I don't have what I wrote down before, but I need a minimum of 4. 3%. So let's figure out what we need for that. Again, you might be able to see from there, this split in half, and there's a split, there's a split, there's a split, there's a split, there's a split. This is just a bunch of boards that were laminated together and whatchamacallit just planed into their same Same thickness. At a glance, it looks like one big board, but you know, trained eye or just anybody that has a clue about the world knows that it's a bunch of boards glued together. But so basically, I'm just going to make a board here and a board here to reinforce those so they don't split any further. Or even if they do split, they'll at least be connected by that board. So, where'd my measure go? I need to figure out how long those boards need to be. It's like 32 and a half. Yep. So 32 and a half times 4. Times 4, and we'll call those cable reinforcements. Okay, so I think that's all the pieces, the part list, so to speak, that I need. Check, make sure I'm charging my phone properly. Yes. Oh, and by the way, I don't like my sound setup. It's potentially quite good. I have this wireless mic that's good quality, but I also have noise cancellation on due to the power tools. So if you hear the sound and you're like, ew, that sounds like crap, it's because of the noise cancellation. It also chunks out pieces of my voice so it doesn't sound super nice and crisp. If I were to go turn that off, you'd be like, oh, it sounds so much better, just turn it off. But then as soon as I turn my power tools on, it'll make ridiculously giant noises in the microphone, and that's unacceptable also. So it's a compromise that I hate. Is it? I don't know what else to do at this point. Okay, let's. I'm not even 100% sure I need the table saw for anything. I might just need the chop saw. Think about this. I think it'll be easier to cut the cedar planks for the covering of the doors with the table saw, but otherwise mostly I'll be using the chop saw. Another thing is quite unfortunate. I'm basically just using the screws that I already have because I literally have no extra money, not even like $20 to go spend on parts and stuff. So I have these, what are they? 2.5-inch screws already, so I'm using those like to connect two boards like this or something. I have these, and then I have basically the same thing in the shorter form, but they're just regular construction screws, nothing. These are drywall screws. I don't know what these are, similar construction screws or something. Pretty generic, but they're not waterproof. So if you're doing outdoor stuff, you should definitely get screws rated for, you know, either, I don't know, galvanized or have some kind of coating on them or something. These will not stand the test of time outdoors. I think these ones that are on this side that I used when I was first building this might have weather resistance, be corrosion resistant, whatever. Because they're still shiny. I mean, they look brand new and they've been out here for a year in the snow and ice and rain. But these ones are like just black, and I know for a fact that they are not weather resistant because on the other side where the doors are, I used some of these kind, and you can see like a drip line of just black stuff coming out of the screw from weatherization, and they'll probably rust eventually. But it's just what I have. I can't afford to buy screws, and worst case scenario or best case, whatever, when I have money later on, I can always since they're screws, I could just unscrew them and replace them with screws that are weather resistant later. So that's what I will do if I remember or care to bother with it. I don't know if this is a heirloom type piece of furniture anyway. I don't know if it's going to last generations. I'd be happy if it lasts 10 years. I think it probably will. I don't know, but once I reinforce the top and make a few modifications, I imagine it'll last. I don't know why it wouldn't. But it's definitely not used. I'm not using like the best materials. I may eventually like coat this with some kind of oil treatment or something so that these boards don't rot if they get wet, which they're not going to really get wet on the side much. The water could pool up on the top or whatever, so I may choose to attempt to treat it. And I was last year when I built this thing, I thought, oh, I'll do that next year, and now it's next year, and I'm like barely have enough time to do the modifications I'm doing now. If I really set my heart on it, I could probably go find some kind of chemical to use on them. I actually have watched a bunch of videos that suggest that used engine oil can be used to treat wood, which seems kind of weird to me, but I guess that's a pretty common thing to do. To me, it seems like that would make it very flammable, but I guess it's already flammable since it's wood, but I wouldn't want to make it more flammable. But probably most products that you use are oil-based and flammable, so I don't know if it matters. I haven't done a lot of research on that, so I haven't decided what product to use. And since I haven't decided, unless I get really gung-ho to do the research, it's not likely I'm going to do that this year. I'll wait till next year again. Charge the battery. So let's just figure out what the first step is. First step is making sure I have all of the measurements of the boards I need to cut. Cross upwards, cross upwards. Let me check the other side and see if I did any reinforcement verticals or anything. No, it's just a box. I'm gonna do this side better in a way than I did the other side. I think it's called half lap or something. Basically, I'm gonna on all of the intersections I'm gonna have like this. So I'm gonna cut out, where a vertical and a horizontal come together. I'm gonna cut out half of one and half of the other, and lap together like that. On the other side, I literally just have them, butted up against each other like this, which isn't nearly as strong of a connection. So, oh, that's what I needed the table saw for, is to cut out the half laps. Okay, so we will need that for sure. I don't have a router table or I don't even have like a dado blade for my table saw. It's a very cheap basic table saw, so I'll just have to do a 50 million cuts to get the half laps cut out there. So that's what we're gonna do. So I think I have all the pieces. I think what I'm gonna do is go inside real quick and run my little Python calculator to figure out the best method for cutting these, and I'll be right back in a few minutes. It's actually not rocket science, and I think I had AI write it for me. AI likes to teach you, I guess. They make it, whoever programmed AI doesn't just tell it to give you the answer, it always tries to explain it so you can learn something from the process. And I sometimes read that stuff, sometimes I'm just like, give me what I asked for, I don't really care about the explanation. But I did read about it a little bit, and apparently the way I instinctively cut boards is actually, I think, exactly how this works. So just by instinct, the way I've cut boards in the past is the second most efficient possible mathematical way to do it. So I guess, yay me, I've just got lucky. I don't think I have that strong of a mathematical mind. I think the the instinctive way that maybe a lot of people cut boards is this method, and it's called, I don't remember the exact terminology for it, but it's basically greedy, is the best word for it. You take your board, you get the longest piece you can out of it, and then the longest piece remaining you can get out of that until you have nothing left of the board. And you do that with each board. It's very basic. I've always cut wood that way. And I guess that mathematical technique is the second most efficient algorithm for cutting boards. The most efficient is actually extremely advanced and takes a pretty powerful computer to calculate. It's basically just like try every possible combination until you get the most efficient method. And I think what the description of that told me is that the second best way, which is how most people do it, is only 2 to 5% less efficient, so it's really fairly negligible. So I will probably just do it that way. Let me find my script so I can run it. Cut calc. Okay, cut calc. How does this work? Oh, okay, cut calc, board lengths. It also has the kerf. Thickness of your saw blade calculated in your board lengths is 96 inches, so I can enter how long my boards are that I bought at the store. So 96 cuts on. Oh, I don't remember the format for this. I think it's pretty intuitive. Yeah, it's pretty intuitive. First number is length 30, 75 times 2. I feel like I'm missing something, like some board. Some component that I'm forgetting. I can't think of what it would be, but it seems like I had more than just 3 different sizes of things when I did it when I was calculating before, but maybe not. Okay, so kerf is 1/8 inch. Specify metric or imperial. Specify the unit on the board length. Okay, couldn't remember the formatting. I got it to work. Oh, well, there's this cool option to be visual ASCII art. V-V, okay. Sweet. can actually print this out. Since I can't really show my screen, I could show my screen, but since it's just a command line interface thing, you can't really show that properly. It's not like a web app, text-based. No way. Are you serious? No. No chance. I don't trust the math. There's a way to... The way that this cuts, it uses... No, wait. It uses 4 boards, which originally, when I distinctly remember, when I ran this calculation before with the measurements that I took, it required 5 boards. So I think somehow, somewhere, I'm forgetting. Maybe I did it with 6 of the 23.5 inches or whatever they were going across the tabletop. So otherwise, there's no way. And plus, the board 1 and board 2 are using 100%, not 95, not 101, exactly 100% of the board, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that's true. I'll have to double check that math because that doesn't seem possible that it could be that perfect. It works that well that it uses exactly the right amount. I didn't like super accurately test the app, so it could have an error, but I did test it on a couple examples, so I don't know how trustworthy this was. Check the math kind of a thing here real quick. That's correct. It is correct. Wow. Okay. It's actually a very good script, actually. And I don't say that boastfully because, I mean, I told the AI in very great, immense amounts of detail, basically pseudocode, like A to Z, how to make the thing work. But I don't know Python, and I don't really remember much about programming because it's been too long ago that I used to do it. So I can't take credit for the code. I definitely can take credit for the idea, except that obviously AI helped with that as well. But I'm pretty proud of it, though. All the scripts I've written, it makes me feel good that I can make things, because I do have to use brain power to make it work, and my brain is quite broken these days, so if I'm able to accomplish any task, it makes me feel like I'm not dead yet. Okay, so let's if I can print this. Don't really need to print it, but it's just kind of fun, so I can show you what the script does since I can't really show it on screen. Not that anybody cares, but the other thing is I wasn't sure how long I would stream because I did have like kind of a late breakfast, which I never eat breakfast, by the way, but I strangely woke up at like 8:30 this morning. I was kind of sat in bed in wonder and amazement, thinking like, am I really alert and ready to get up? I just like watched YouTube for like an hour, just sitting there in bed. I was like, surely I'm gonna fall asleep again, right? Like, no, I woke up at like 8:30, and so I didn't really get up fully functional until 9:30 or so, but I was surprised because I never wake up in the morning. I'm a massive night owl, and I was up, let's see, what time did I go to bed? I think I went to bed at like 3 a.m. or something, so I was like, why am I waking up at 8:30 in the morning? What's this all about? Anyway, it's a big blessing because normally I sleep all day, and then by the time I get up, it's like It's gonna get dark in a couple hours, so I'm not sure if I can get out, get something done. Yeah, I would like to have a world, like I guess a big enough property and lots of lights, or a big shop or whatever, that I could just weird to print it out weird coloration. That's interesting. What? That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've never printed from this software before, but it's like, looks like a blue line, like an old blue line print from a, I don't even know what those blue line machines are, but special paper that's heat sensitive or something. Anyway, it's like one of those. I won't be able to see this on the screen, so it's kind of futile to print it out, but I guess for my own reference. Anyway, that you won't be able to see this very well, but this is what it looks like. I wonder if I can turn the flashlight on. Sort of. This is what I get. Probably can't read this. I don't even know. But this first line is the command I run. Cut count, board length, 96 inches. These are the cuts. 30.75 inches times 4, 23.5 times 4. 32.5 times 4, perf, 1/8 inch. Output units, Imperial -V is for visualizations, which is... So, what it tells me is total boards needed, 4. So if I'm going to the store and don't know how many boards to buy, it tells me that. The kerf 1/8 inch has been accounted for. Board 1, it tells me cut this, that, remainder 0 inch. That was what was blowing my mind. It's like, really? It's true, apparently. So if I do these 3 cuts, there's not even a billionth of an inch left. It uses exactly 100% of the board with no waste whatsoever. That's amazing to me. So 2 boards have 0 remainder, perfectly used. That's just, that's like hard to believe. And then the 3rd board, you know, etc. tells you how much you'll have remaining, so you can like plan accordingly if you want to use those waste pieces for something. Total calculated waste, and then here's the visual cut pattern. I just had it make ASCII art, so I can kind of get a visual representation of how much of each board is used. Anyway, that's the script that I wrote for that data. It's pretty fun. Script makes it a little bit easier to visualize what I'm about to do when I plan my cuts. And regarding the table saw, now rethinking this or looking, I think I'm going to take it off the table because until I actually need it, it's going to be in my way, or at least I can just angle that because the board would go across here would put the table there, but I'll just do that. It's easier. Okay, ready to start doing stuff. Maybe. Nothing's plugged in yet. Oh, it's kind of weird. It's weird to live in an age. Oops, I left the flashlight on. Live in an age where anybody can fake others, not intentionally, but they can look smart essentially. And basically, it's through the use of AI. It's like I don't know anything in X field, and so I ask AI, and then overnight I become an expert, and I can talk like I know what I'm talking about. But in reality, I don't really. But that is the joy of DIY stuff, and it is kind of fun to learn a new skill that way. And even the script in it, it's like, oh, this guy knows how to do woodworking, and he wrote this Python script to help his calculations in the cutting. Wow, that's like this Renaissance man that knows all these things, and I don't know any of that stuff. I ask AI this stuff, and it does it for me. It's kind of just a weird time to be alive, where even somebody with not that much mental acuity or disinterest in certain topics can still get the answers that they need like instantaneously. if they know how to ask the right question, basically, is all that it requires. It's just weird. I don't know if I like it or not. It's kind of fun, but it's also kind of scary. And I understand people that are in love with AI and absolutely embrace all of the innovation and they see its progress or the next stage of evolution or something. I can understand that response to it, but at the same time, I understand people who are afraid that it's going to replace them or take away their humanity or even take away your intelligence, because you don't really have to do the work yourself anymore. You can just ask the computer to figure everything out, so you can basically know nothing at all. And if you choose not to read through the answers it gives you and learn something, you can just continue to be completely dumb and achieve great things with the tools, which it's just weird. I don't know. But no, I am not that smart at all. Just I've learned a little bit how to use the tools. Okay, so let's sure that's right. Board 1 is 32.5. I've never really learned to trust the curve stuff. I think an experienced carpenter, and if I did this more often, I would just trust the curve. So let's say that the width displayed is exactly 1/8 of it is. Or actually looks less than that. It probably cuts about an 1/8 inch off. It's not quite an 1/8 inch. The way it spans and has little things on the edges of its teeth, it probably cuts about an 1/8 inch. Basically, what you can do is do all your measurements at once. If you trust your. I don't really, but then you don't have to do each measurement separately in slow process. But I'll probably do it the old-fashioned slow way because I just don't trust it. So 32.5. I remember right, it was 32.5, one of the supports going this way. Yep. So what we mean by greedy, when I said that earlier, is we have 3 measurements. I guess I'm sort of acting like a teacher here. I'm not smart. You can learn something from this stream. So we have 3 measurements total. I don't have a list here necessarily. I guess I do. Yeah, I do. We have 30.75, 23.5, and 32.5. So what do we mean by greedy? We have a board. This blue line is representing a 96-inch long board. So the greedy method is take the largest measurement, which is the 32.5 out of these 3, and I'm greedy. I want all of that. I want to get the biggest board I can. And then we have another 32.5. I'm still greedy. Give me another 32.5 inches. And I'm still greedy. I want another 32.5, but there's not enough for that. So we take the next largest measurement, which is the 30.75. It's like, I'm still greedy. I can't get the big one, so give me the next biggest one. And that can be taken out of it. And in this case, we can get 100% usage of the board by that greedy method. So that's basically what when I say greedy. It's like, give me the biggest possible board each time. And if there's not enough remainder for that big greedy board, then you get the next biggest one until there's no board left. And that's how I've always done it. Nobody told me to do it that way. I just kind of instinctively thought, well, I'll just cut the biggest piece I can. Whatever's left, I'll cut the biggest piece I can. And apparently that method is quite efficient. Okay. I would have never known that. I don't even know what that equation's called. They had a name. The computer, AI, gave it a name. I've never heard that. heard before, so it didn't really stick with me. It's apparently the second most widely accepted algorithm for cutting linear length. Ear protection, eye protection. There. Okay. This is the whole reason why I have noise cancellation. It makes my voice sound like crap, but at the moment I use a power tool. It's ridiculously loud otherwise. Of course, there's other variables like, are these boards actually 96? Maybe I should just a sanity check, because I believe they are, but I don't remember. This one is. But for example, I could have already taken a peek out of the board, and therefore it's no longer 96, or a number of things. When you go to a store and just ask for a stud, it's actually like 92 3/4 or something like that. I can't remember. It's not 96. It's not 8 feet. I like to ask for the 8 feet because it's pretty much the same price, and you get 6 inches extra or something like that. Which, why not? The studs are for like standard wall heights for inserting studs into the wall, so you don't have to cut them at all. You just like throw it right in there. But it's like, what's a standard stud height? Like who builds things according to a standard anymore? I don't know. Okay. Apparently it's not plugged in. It's not turned on. Okay, so this is one of the pieces going underneath the tabletop. Across that way, we're going to cut a second one of those. Oh, I forgot to check. This is trued up, which apparently is not. It's pretty close, but I don't know why this gets shifted. It's just in transit, but it's like half a degree off or a degree off or whatever. So make sure the edge of the board is at a 90-degree angle, straight across. That first one will not be, but I don't think it will have a huge impact on what I'm doing here. Check that, forgot. I just kind of sort of assume, why would it change, but I don't know, just moving stuff around, gets bumped or something. Theoretically, this piece should be exactly 30.75, except for the fact that I angle issue might be a little bit off. It actually turns out the same to be quite amazing. Not the same if it's exactly 30.75, so the bottom line it is. Okay, that's amazing. I'm just amazed because, like, what are the chances of that? I didn't plan that out. I just measured what spaces I need, and it just happens to be 3 cuts happen to be exactly 96 inches. That seems like mathematically very unlikely. Okay, let's see. So the next board, I think I cut the exact same way. That is, I bet it's not necessarily like astronomically unlikely. You know, like evolution being a viable theory, for example. Mathematically impossible. But it's probably, I don't know, 1 in 100 or just one in a very unlikely number that would have happened. If it was 1/8 inch off, any different, it would have not equaled 96. It's pretty crazy. Okay, 32.5. Oh, blows my mind. It's exactly 30.75 as well. It's just so crazy. So unlikely. Technically, it's not totally exact because the kerf width of this board probably isn't exactly 1/8 inch. I don't know what it is because I guess I could figure that out by doing the dummy cut a little bit into the board to see how wide it is. Just do that for curiosity's sake. It doesn't really matter. See how wide the kerf really is. Pretty stinking close to exactly an 1/8 inch. Cool. But yeah, there's probably like a manufacturing tolerance where each board that you buy from a store is not exactly 96 inches wide, like to the micron, you know, so. Anyway, it's pretty stinking close. Okay, so we got those two cut. What's next? 30 point. Guess I'm just gonna trust the script. And like I said, I'm not brainlessly, I mean, I'm clearly understanding this because I have pretty strong influence on the script's writing. And ironically, the way that I normally cut wood is the way that it uses the algorithm, so it's not like I'm mindlessly following directions without using my intelligence, but it's more of a memory issue. My brain is so kind of broken in my old age that I'd rather just have it written down and do what it tells me so that I don't make a mistake. Waste a bunch of wood, which I did that in the last project that I was working on live stream. I made it just a stupid calculation error because I didn't have it written down or whatever, and like recut a board and wasted some material. This is a 30.75. Cut 2 of those. The other factor that plays into this is the thickness of the pencil lead that you're using. Whether you have the little end of your tape measure properly affixed to the edge of your board, how accurate your tape measure is. I just watched a video on. This is pathetic to me. This actually kind of almost makes me angry. It definitely annoys me. I watched a video on comparing tape measures. I don't remember the name of the channel, but he just like bought several brands of tape measures and put them side by side. He did 2 comparisons between different brands and products, and between the exact same product, 2 of the same ones. Typically, there's not as much variance between if you buy, like you go to Home Depot and buy 2 of this exact same thing. There's still going to be a little variance, but it's very small, if any. But between different manufacturers and even the same brand with different models, there is a difference in every single one that you buy. How do you like that? Did you know that? Does that annoy you as much as it annoys me? The fact that every single tape measure that you buy from a different manufacturer, and even in the same manufacturer with different model numbers, they're all different. They're not the same. An inch in one is not an inch in the other. So I mean, in that small of a measurement, you won't see the difference, but in like 10 feet or even 8 feet, like 96 inches, you'll be able to see the difference. That to me is repulsive, but it's true. Apparently. So, and how would you even know? Like, what do I have as a basis of comparison? Like, what's 8 feet? You know, it's like, what's the standard? So you have really no way to know until you start comparing it against something else. But the word of hope that you can have in this is, as long as you're always using the same tape measure every time, like if you're a professional or a hobbyist, if I always use this one, it will always be whatever it is. Like, it doesn't need to compare to anything else. It'll be 8 of my imaginary feet. It'll be my 96 arbitrary unit measurements, and it will always be those same measurements if I always use the same tape measure. That's the moral of the story that can give us hope in times of uncertainty, where every single tape measure has different units. As long as you use the same one each time, it will all work out. But the problem is, if you have like a big project where you have several people with their own tape measures working together and they don't match up, different manufacturers, you could have a house that's like not straight, you know. I mean, typically the amount that it varies is not a huge amount, but if you're measuring like something that's 20 or 50 feet wide, it will absolutely matter. It's pretty crazy. Actually kind of surprised me greatly when I heard that. They are going to really annoy me. I haven't replicated that experiment myself. Like, I've never gone to a hardware store and gotten out on a table every single tape measure that they sell and compared them, but I do trust that the person that made that video wasn't just, you know, lying. I think they're a reputable human being. I trust that that's the case. It's just kind of surprising. Okay, Alright, I'm talking so much that I'm distracting myself from just make sure I don't make a mistake here or get things in the wrong piles. These are I'm not joking, my mind is kind of collapsing. I get stuff all the time or whatever, so I just want to make sure I'm not doing something stupid here. So those are all 30.75. What's this one? Oh. When I'm talking, I tend to forget stuff more, so I really shouldn't talk except in live streaming. If I was not live streaming and just doing this stuff, I probably wouldn't fumble around so much, but I have a hard time talking and making good logical actions at the same time. So I need to cut the 23.5 this way. Get the best use I can out of this board. Like 8 inches, or how much does it say? We'll have 10 and 5/8 remainder on this one. Let's check its math. Whoops. Yep, 10 and 5/8. Correct. That, and then what am I doing now? The last one is just 3 times 23.5, since that's all that's left from the greedy algorithm. Okay, there's the boards. And actually, I think I have 2. I bought, I think, 1 extra board. I know it sounds really stingy. I just don't have money. Even though these boards are only like $4 or less. I don't have money to buy extra boards, so I bought 1 extra board just in case I made a calculation here. But now that I apparently don't need all the boards that I originally thought, I only need 4 boards, so I have 2 extras, which is nice. 23. Is that okay, I think that's a spider. It's a spider, it can be just fine. Just get off my table for a minute. It kind of looked like a spider tick hybrid, and it had kind of the shape of a tick, but the legs were too long, so. Okay, 23. Another 23.5, and we're done cutting. Until the moment that I realize I forgot something, which I feel like is going to happen. So it seems weird that I only need 4 boards when originally I needed 5. It is possible, though, that I calculated 3 cross supports for each side of the table, in which case I don't think that's necessary. I feel like that's excessive, so I don't think I'm going to do that. Check its math again. What does it say this remainder should be? 25 and 8. That's a very usable piece. Wait, what? Did I make a mistake? I hope not. These are all the same, right? thickness of the. They are 23.5. So what's going on here? 23.5, 23.5, 23.5. It says the remainder should be 25.1/8, which is not correct. I'll have to check that later. It's 25.5 basically. That's weird. Okay, so the script seemingly isn't bulletproof. Until it's weird because all the first 3 boards calculate exactly right. Yeah, I don't really care except that if it has a bug in it, I'd like to fix it. But maybe that I didn't check that original board length, but maybe it wasn't actually 96 to begin with. I could just do the math, but let's see, 23.5. My brain's not really working. Let's see, 25. No, I think the script has a bug, so I think it should be 25. Okay, doesn't matter. Just curious. So yeah, apparently there's a slight bug in there somewhere. I don't know how it's possible. It did calculate. It's probably might have something to do with the curve calculation, but what that is. That's a weird discrepancy. It really should be 5 and okay, whatever. It's still accomplished what it was supposed to. It just had accurate calculation for some reason. Okay. So next step is to do the half laps, which I hate. I despise doing this. It feels super dangerous, and I don't enjoy it. But I don't have a router cable or dado blade for my cable saw, so I just have to do a process to get these half laps. Checks out. Just do it. All 8 of these boards need to be half lap. It's going to take forever. It's such a lengthy and annoying process. I don't know why it's difficult. Maybe because this cheapo garbage table saw doesn't give me to like lock it into place. But what I've noticed in the past when I've done these half laps, it's kind of hard to truly cut out exactly half the board for some reason. Boards are curves, so you can get people. I think that when I put this at a certain height, since it doesn't really have a proper way to lock it in place, it slowly like releases a little bit. Anyway, it's just, I found it to be kind of a pain to do this process. And because of that, I don't enjoy it at all. But I'll still do it. smell something that reminds me of barbecue smells. Your neighbors cooking something or just burning something that smells kind of good. I missed out on that whole cultural thing. This year I didn't do any camping and I didn't do any... Did I do any barbecues at all? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I did I don't even know if I ever turned the gas grill on or anything. I don't think I did. I enjoy that experience, but I'm not a very good cook, so I don't really like doing it that much because I'm not very good at it. And you know, the only way to get good at it is to do it more, but I just don't really do it. I'm not good at cooking really anything. I can make it happen, of course. I can cook a hamburger, a hot dog, a piece of chicken, whatever. I don't cook steaks because I don't really like steak that much. But yeah. Since I don't do it a whole lot, I'm just not that good at it. I want to make sure this is unplugged because I'm going to touch the blade and do initial stuff. I guess that's as close to half. So 2x4s are actually 1.5 by 3.5. So in order to get half lap, I need to cut off 3/4 of an inch. So I'm trying to get this as close to 3/4 of an inch high as I can, which that looks pretty good. Oh, interesting. A magnet. I was looking for it. What? No way. What? Okay, so I thought I had lost the little magnet mount for my wireless mic, and I kind of did. I just figured, oh, it's around somewhere. Apparently, it was stuck to this square. It's black, and so like chances of me ever finding that are pretty slim. You know, that's so weird. I don't think that just happened either. I think that's where it's been for a couple of weeks because I was noticing that it wasn't on there and I didn't know where it went. Apparently that's where it was. The chances of me finding that just then and all of the thousands of other places it could have been. I got some weird math going on today. Very unlikely things. Alright, so now I have to do the skimming off little bits of wood a million times over. I need to get a speed square. I have one somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. This is kind of stupid in a way. So I just have to manually move this bit by bit until I've cut the whole thing off. It's really irritating, or it's just and it feels slightly dangerous. Mainly because this thing isn't really riding. You kind of jiggle around there and it sometimes gets jammed or whatever. Just having to fiddle with it. If it was nice and smooth, I could just do this pretty quick and feel like there's any danger to it, but because of how garbage this is, it feels just ever so slightly hazardous. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Okay, but we'll do it. I don't like doing this, but it's gotta be done. I don't remember if I did this in the past, but it makes a whole lot of sense to me at the moment to use the fence. Once I figure out where this should be, I don't go any further than that. Just wondering if there's a way I can lock this in a certain angle, because if that's like constantly going up and down, or generally going down, then I won't get a good result. But it would be nice if I could somehow lock this from rotating. It doesn't have a built-in lock mechanism that I'm aware of, so it just slowly like goes down as it, you know, receives pressure from cutting the wood. Yeah, it's really irritating. If I could at least memorize what position it's in, or maybe wedge something up underneath it with some friction, I don't know. Don't want to put too much pressure on it to like break it or something, but if I had to wait, I had a way to keep it from rotating. That might do the trick. Might go see if I have another long clamp, because I could at least clamp the top of it to down here and give it, not do it too hard to hopefully not break it, because it's just cheap plastic. I think I'll try that just as an experiment, because that would save me a little bit of grief, and I think this whole process would be less annoying. So we'll try that. sort of lunchtime. I kind of wish I could take a break, but I feel like I've just barely started. I could just keep the stream going. Oh, there's not enough room. I was thinking I could stack these tiles under there to keep it from having too much pressure, but there's not enough table space to stack those, so that's not going to work. Of course, this one isn't quite long enough either. I guess I can swap out this longer one. Yeah, I can't put too much pressure on it or it could break this worthless plastic thing. Feels pretty fragile. It's not really gonna make much difference. I don't know, there's probably some trick that I can't think of right now to keep this from rotating. Let's get really hacky here. Let's just put this across this way somewhere. And then I have some gear ties that might keep that together. Pretty sturdy. That might actually do it. I don't know, all the vibrations of this thing might knock that out of place, but try it anyway. Yeah, it can't really move very much. I don't think it can move enough to actually change. It has, you know, like how some steering wheels, you can move it a fair bit of play before it actually affects the wheels. It's kind of like that, where as long as it doesn't move too much, it's not actually lowering it at all. So I think that might do the trick. Okay, we'll try it. Wanted to check that, but I also remembered that I Didn't replace this on here, so just to make it a little bit safer, I'll put this on here. It's not staying very well. I think that's good. It looks like it's almost cutting more than half, but I guess that's very close enough. Actually, maybe a little bit deep in there, but this is okay. Close enough, hopefully. It's so tedious though, without like a big fat dado blade or router table or something. I have to do like 16. How many of these? Yeah, like I have to do that 16 times. Just kind of annoying, but just gotta do it. That's the kind of stuff that I don't understand. It's just sticking up higher than the edge of the board, but it's not sticking up higher over here. So I wonder if that means that these boards aren't all 3.5 inches wide or something like that. Could be. That's what I hate, that manufacturing defects or tolerances are not very tight. There's not a whole lot you can do about that other than just like checking every single time. Let's see. That one's 3.5. That one's not even close to 3. What? Are you kidding me? Are they like cheating us even more nowadays that they're not even 3.5 inches anymore? Maybe this one is just a weird board that... Strange. Oh. Yeah, some of these, like this white looking one, the lighter colored one, is not as white as the others. And that's lame. You can actually see the difference. Look at how much shorter this one is than that. Oh, that's dumb. Oh well. I'm probably just gonna cut them all the same, even though these ones are garbage. I'll still use them and I'll just offset it out as far as I need to end to fit nicely on the end. That's pretty stupid. Let's see, what time is it? It's 2:20. I might, I don't necessarily want to end the stream. I want to get stuff done. I might actually take sort of a break or something, but just keep the stream going and eat on stream. I've done that before. Just mute the mic so you don't have to hear my mouth noises. But I don't really want to end the stream and then come back later, so it's kind of all or nothing. I'll finish this one and then maybe I'll have some veggies and hummus. That's kind of one of my common easy lunches that I eat a lot. Just it's quick and easy. I don't really have to make anything. Okay, so I guess I'll take a lunch break, snack break, whatever. But I'll keep the stream going. Cut some veggies. Turn this off just for safety's sake. Need to. Should have this covered. Wood chips get inside the electrical sockets. Not a good idea. All right, let's see. Oh, probably get some yellow jackets on me if I do it outside, but we'll just see what happens. I don't know if they like cucumber, green peppers, but that's usually what I make. It's the easiest. I like broccoli and some other stuff, but it's just it's harder to keep those fresh. Alright, I guess I'll find out in a few seconds if the jackets like this stuff or not. do. They're wimpy vegetables this time. I don't have a lot of store options around here to get like great produce and stuff, so they're pretty small compared to like the stores that I used to go to or get really huge veggies and feel like it was a good buy. Every once in a while, it's kind of just the luck of the draw. I don't know, different times of year. Depends on what people have available, whatever. I would imagine the yellow jackets would like the cucumbers somewhat. I don't know about the peppers, but maybe both. I'm surprised they haven't found me yet. Okay, eating live stream, fun times. That's what everybody likes. Sorry about that. I forgot that stupid garbage bug of my audio player. It plays the first song forever until you hit next track and then it goes into random mode. It's not by design, it's a bug. So yeah, 2 hours of the same song over and over. It's lovely. Okay, I got bored of eating, so just usually have a pepper and a cucumber, but I don't really feel like finishing it right now, so back to work. Kind of looking to see if I can make it any kind of table extender thing, just because it's with this long boards. GNC 15. It's something that's about 11 and a quarter ton. Probably don't have anything. But sometimes you can get lucky and find something that just happens to match. Alright, I think I'm done with that stuff. Now, get the scopes. Okay, so next, since I am done cutting all those, let me think about what I have to do next. I could cut the cedar planks, I suppose, because I kind of want to get all the table saw stuff done. And actually, I mean, I'm not that crazy far away from finishing all the saw stuff. I mean, that part that I just finished was the biggest thing. But I do have to cut the cedar planks to fit the height of this. I don't know what order I should do this in first. Mainly because if I can get this off of here, then I can start doing stuff. It's kind of in the way for me to put the door in. But I have to cut. I don't necessarily have to cut the cedar fence things on this. I could use the chop saw, but it would probably go a little bit faster if I use the table saw. Theoretically. I guess first of all, let me figure out how tall they need to be just to make a sort of a judgment call here. Check the ones on the other side. I think they're the same height as the door. Well, I don't know if I should wait to do that. Can't think of any reason to wait. Okay, so I'm going to cut them all 30 and a half, but just a little hair longer than that. Just not too short, I guess. I really have no idea how many I need, so that's probably important to figure out also. So it's Yeah, 30.75. Just divide this by whatever. It's 5 and I don't know how consistent these are. Looks like they have some variance. They're probably supposed to be 5.5, but they're actually 5 and 1, 2, 3, 5 and 5/16, I guess, or something like that. 5 and 3/8. On this side, I left a tiny gap between them, maybe an 1/8 inch. So probably what I could do is just call this 5.5. It's not even. Yeah. 5 and 3/8. Okay, so how many 5 and 3/8 can we get to 30? 3/4. Is that even what it was? Yeah, 30.75. Well, it's not going to be an exact science. So I think about 6 cuts per 5.5 really. 5.5 boards per side. Yeah, so 6 cuts anyway. So I need a total of 12 things that are that same height, so let's do 30 and 5/8 for each of them. I need 12 of those. Oh, square, where is it? Okay, here we go. 30 5/8. I don't even know if I actually have enough boards. I didn't necessarily calculate when I bought these how many I would need. I just kind of bought some of them. Let's see, so I got 4, I got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I might be short one. Although if it's actually exactly 5.5, which it might be, I can probably force it to be exactly 5.5. Then I could just split one of these in half and then have exactly how many I need. Maybe I did actually calculate that because that seems rather coincidental that I happen to have the exact number. I don't remember figuring that out before, but maybe I did. So let's see, let's confirm that we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so that would give me 5.5 exactly for each door. So that's what we'll do. Just have to make it work. I think it will actually work just fine. But that also means I need to split one. me go check something real quick. Be right back. Okay, cool. I think I'm maybe done with all the cutting that I have to do. Possibly. Might have to do some small adjustments to things like the support pieces for the table, for example. That might have to cut those later, but generally speaking, oh, that's weird. That's a weird scientific curiosity that I can't possibly explain. I wonder if anybody would understand what's going on. It's probably some form of static electricity, but I've never seen anything like that. It looks like what you see when small particles of iron or other other magnetic type materials react, but it's actually just sawdust. I think that's weird. It's like the sawdust is clinging to the screws and sticking out with little tendrils, and then there's these little spiky things. Looks very much like magnetic behavior, but it's probably static electricity. I don't know. But it's interesting. Okay. Make sure that little stud didn't mess up the microphone. Did affect it. I don't know why, but I'm glad I checked. That could have been from before also. So maybe my microphone wasn't working for a while. No idea. It's just weird stuff. Anyway, in case you didn't hear me, I thought it was weird that that little static electricity or something that looked like magnetism was happening to the sawdust, because I don't really know why that would be. There's actually a lot of that going on there. It's very strange looking. Okay, let's finish this off here. But I think I'm basically done with the cutting now, so I can I want to take this table saw off of the table because it's kind of in the way. The doors on for a lot of reasons. I think those yellow jackets are starting to get the signal or figure out that there's stuff over here that they like. So I hope the whole swarm doesn't start coming over here. I think they like sawdust though. I kind of discovered that a couple of months ago, which I mean, it's probably obvious to most people, but I'd never really thought about that before. It's like an easier material for them to use for their hive creation than having to chew it up themselves. It's already pre-chewed, basically. Or closer to it. So I discovered that I kind of don't want to leave a bunch of sawdust sitting around. Okay, that's better. It's perfect, but a lot better. Okay, so the other reason I wanted table space is so I can like assemble the door things up here. I don't even really know if I have the right screws for this. Like, I know I don't have the right ones, but like the ideal ones, but like even if I'm not sure what I have is even going to work at all. I just make stuff work, like it'll work because it works. As far as being a good solution, maybe not. Okie dokie, so basically 2 long ones, 2 short ones, pretty simple. I might kind of want to have my belt sander out here. To clean these edges up, but this is an outdoor piece. It's not meant to like look great or anything. Not to say that outdoor stuff doesn't have to look good, but it's more about being useful. So the only reason I would really sand this off is if I thought it was going to give me splinters by using it or something. So I'll just take that, figure that out as I go. So I don't know, I guess these are like, I guess they're kind of the perfect length for this, so I'll just use them. I don't even think I need to pre-drill or anything. I would like to try to make it square. The boards that you buy from like random hardware stores and stuff, like Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, they're often not straight at all, so you kind of just have to either force them into place or cut them again, but they're just gonna warp, like, because that's what they do. But I'll get this as close to straight as I can manage. I don't think I did this step on the doors on the other side of this thing, and so I'm kind of glad I thought of that, just so that at least I'll have a halfway good chance of a somewhat square door. Might not be perfect, but okay. The other thing I have to decide is what to do with the time given me. I need to decide which side the screws are on, because I could actually make, you know what? I could make it so the screws don't even appear on the front side if I want to. And actually, it doesn't really matter because they'll be covered by the cedar planks, so yeah, it doesn't matter. The only thing that kind of matters is where I place them such that I don't intersect them with the screws that I have to use for the cedar planks, which is kind of just partially just luck, but I can sort of put them in a place where it'd be less likely to intersect. Where is my drill? Oh. Or impact driver. So I will need that after all. I forgot I had the torque star thing in there, so I need to go get a regular screwdriver, Phillips, whatever. Hopefully I didn't make some catastrophic measurement failure on this project and these are completely the wrong size. That would be awesome. I could always like trim them a little bit with a table saw if, you know, something was really catastrophically bad. Looks pretty good. It's not perfect. It's not like precise enough for a professional, I'm sure, but I don't care. It's gonna work. Alright, there's basically a door right there. I'll have it, I mean it doesn't really matter, but I'll probably have it facing out this way and then yeah, these boards suck. I don't know where those came from. I'm assuming I bought them from like a Home Depot or something like that. But this white, like light looking one is so much thinner. I think in all three, I don't know about length, probably the length is accurate, but like both the width and the thickness are not correct. They're super wimpy. That's lame. I don't think it'll like affect the project that much because it's going to be covered up and nobody's going to care. But this is weird. I don't know what's going on here actually. Let me see. This doesn't seem right to me. Definitely doesn't seem right at all. I think I did do a measurement error, to be honest. I don't know how. But I probably did. Oh, you know why? I totally know. Because of the half lap. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's totally wrong. I think I can still make this work, but it's kind of stupid. That's really dumb. I can't believe I did that, but I can. Because I do that stuff more often. Like, because my old man brain is kind of falling apart. But technically, if I wanted to, I could actually make this work by just having these overhang, but then there would be a weird gap. I don't know what I'm going to decide about this. But yes, I made a terrible, grievous measurement error because I took off the 3.5 for each of these because on the other side I had them butting on top instead of half lapping, and I completely didn't think of that for this. But I mean, I totally can salvage this, or I could just, you know, remove these and cut more of those. I don't have enough boards to do that, but I could go buy, probably just buy one, maybe, yeah, I could probably just buy one more board, $4, you know, and redo those. That's probably what I'll do, which sucks because that means I can't really finish this today, but that would be the wise thing to do. I could actually salvage this also by making these centered on there, and you wouldn't really see the fact that this is shorter in here, and it wouldn't truly matter. But I think that for my personal perfectionism or satisfaction, I think that would annoy me just seeing that that it doesn't fully go flush to the top and the bottom. But what I'm saying is, like, this will still essentially cover the opening here. It's just that this top area will be empty essentially, and then this would cover that visually, so you wouldn't be able to see that, the fact that it's empty. But it would annoy me knowing that I made that mistake and I didn't fix it. The only other thing that's kind of interesting about this mistake is that it might be a convenient point of interest. And the reason I say that is because this is this kind of a really stupid, goofy thing, but if I had these boards here, that would leave a hollow area back there that if I really wanted to, I could place some object in here, just kind of as a matter of convenience. And the other thing I can do, optionally, is instead of tossing these out and making them 7 inches taller, I could also just buy a board, just as an example. Buy the boards that I need to. I even have some scrap boards that aren't very good, but they would work. I could just put like a board in here like this. It's kind of a dumb way to do it, but I could just put this in here and screw this to that. That would also work. It's just not like the supreme best way to go about it. But that would be an easy fix as well. I'm just stupid. I'm annoyed that I did that, of course, because I should have known better. I mean, I don't feel bad about it because I really am. I'm kind of glad I make mistakes like this, in fact, in a sense, because somebody that doesn't know much about woodworking might come by and think, oh wow, seems like this guy knows what he's doing. I should follow his advice or do it that way. But no, I'm literally just a random dude that kind of enjoys this stuff, but I'm not necessarily like an expert. So I'm prone to making errors just like anybody. So it's kind of good because then you can learn from your mistakes and show like, hey, anybody watching this, don't make the same mistake I did. Here's a couple ways to fix it if you do. So yeah, I could have like put a couple extra boards, one here and one there. That would solve it. Or I can take these out, buy one more board, which would be enough, and make those 7 inches longer for each of the 4 sides. Which solution am I going to go with? I don't necessarily know. I might look over in my board pile, see if I have any scraps. I don't think I do, but like, obviously I have some scraps, like I have this piece right here, but this is not long enough to solve the problem. The thing I'm actually leaning toward is not taking these off, because I'm kind of done mentally with doing those half lap table saw shaving off process. I don't really like doing that. I mean, actually went pretty smoothly today because I took all that time to rig my trick out my old junky table saw with all those hacks. So it actually went pretty smoothly, more smoothly than I think I've done it in the past. But I still don't really like doing that. So I'm thinking of leaning more toward just buying an extra board and going across the bottom and the top. And since I haven't put the second door together yet, I do have the option of making a different choice with that one, but I think whatever choice I make with one, I'll probably do with the other. So all that means is that I need to go buy another 2x4. I think just one will do it. So $4, you know, it's a cheap fix. Of course, ideally, I would not have done it in the first place. But let me think about this for a second. I want to make sure that's my final decision. If it is, I can continue putting this together with what I have, and then basically what I would do is I would just center this on the smaller boards, or I mean on the smaller door, and then I'd buy the board and just slap it on the back like this. Curious if this is even 7 inches. It should be. If I line that up there, then this should be the same distance up there. Yeah. Okay, so that's probably what I'll do. Yeah, that'll work. And then I'll probably come up with some way to maybe just pocket screws drive this into that so those are connected more strongly. That's what I'll do. So I'll keep, as dumb as it is that I made that ridiculous mistake, kind of humiliating and laughable. I actually don't embarrass easily, so I'm just like, yep, I made a stupid mistake. Move on from there, and we'll fix it. We will adapt. The other thing I was thinking of as I was putting this together, or just now, whatever, it would have been a lot stronger if I put the board at it, you know, like a diagonal like this. These doors aren't so big that I don't think they'll necessarily droop over time, but if they droop much at all, then they could get jammed on the side of this. And if I put a diagonal board across like this, that would prevent that from happening. But I'm not going to overthink it or worry too much about that, because the reason is this is going to act like sheathing. So every single one of these is going to be going all the way across, screwed in there. So that's essentially going to give it so much structural strength that it would serve the same purpose that the diagonal board would do. So I think we're good. So that's how we deal with, how we roll with those punches. Pontius Pilate. Okie dokie. That's what I'll do. So I'm not going to finish this today. I already knew that. I mean, the sun is going down. Man, I've been either going slow or just kind of takes a long time to do these things, but I didn't realize it would take so long. Man, these whiteboards are so wimpy. It's ridiculous. They're not 3.5 inches. There's like more than an 1/8 inch gap here, meaning these are like not even 3 5/8. I mean 3 3/8 wide. It's pathetic. And they're also wimpy in the thickness dimension. Super trash. I don't know where I got those, but very disappointed. I would give if I knew for sure where I got them, I would give a bad review. Be like, what are you doing to us? Trying to sneak by a new 2x4 dimension where it's actually an 1/8 inch by a 1/4 inch. It's like, pretty soon it'll be like that. Probably like 50 years from now, a 2x4 will be 1/8 inch by 1/4 inch. Yep. Okay, let's see. Not that it really matters, but I do it the same way I did the other one. Put the screws. So it may as well be consistent at least. Yeah, knowing how my brain works and how easily distracted and messed up my thoughts can be, I'm not surprised at all. Like I don't beat myself up for that because I'm like, actually when I think about that, I'm like, how could I have possibly even dreamed of getting that right when I know how distractible and hard it is for me to focus and get details like that right anymore. I used to be a lot better at that, but these days, man, if I get it right, I feel lucky. It's just, I don't know what happened to my brain, but I can't seem to strategize things very well, or plan, or think ahead. All those kind of details I just struggle with anymore. Oh crap, I wondered if that might happen. I probably should have pre-drilled all these holes that cracked the board a little bit, but This is where you really see like massive warps in the boards. This is what you get when you buy cheap lumber. But honestly, I don't know if it has anything to do with the price, just more environmental factors, just what kind of climate you live in. A little of both, probably, but I always like hand pick the boards. I don't just like let some employee grab boards for me or anything like that. I always like, hey, can I go to the bin and check it out myself? Obviously, at like Home Depot, that's how it works anyway, but if you're at like a smaller hardware store, they might not do it that way unless you ask. Which I always do because try to avoid getting the worst. Actually, this last time I went to a smaller hardware store, I think it was an Ace. They actually had like massively moldy boards. It was disgusting. Like, had I not like gone back and checked them, that I could have gotten some boards that were completely moldy. And I don't know if that matters, but it's kind of seemed pretty nasty to me. I'm going to pre-drill this one in particular because this is one of those wimpy boards, and I feel like this edge of it looks kind of messed up a little bit, so I don't want it to split on me. Alright, so I can continue attaching these cedar planks as long as I perfectly center them, so that when I buy the next board, it will cover both ends properly. So I'll use these for the table support just as kind of a eyeball for centering. Then I need to figure out the spacing because I think I have, oh shoot, I forgot. I need to rip one of these down the middle with my table saw. Completely forgot about that. Because I only have enough of these for 5.5 on each door, which is all there is need for anyway, because this isn't as wide as one of these. So just pick a random one and rip it by the husk. This one will be fine. Got about 32, so 16 down the center. Wait a minute, is that right? No. What in the world is going on here? Ah, okay. That would be 130. 66. Close enough. Okay, that'll work because I'll put a little tiny gap between each of these. Some sort. I think last time I used one of my rulers, but I think I'll need a slightly bigger gap on this side. I don't know. Let me see if I can figure that out exactly how much it needs to be. Or at least close. It's about 2.6. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so about a ½ centimeter between each. I wonder if I just happen to have some object around here that's ½ centimeter. I don't see anything. This is probably pretty close. Maybe these two together would be ½ centimeter. Looks like two of these together would be ½ centimeter, which I don't have another one, but Where's that other ruler? This might. All right. Pretty close. Is it a little bit more than half a centimeter, but just barely? I think it might work. So basically, I would just use this as a gap creator. Get a consistent space. It's not quite ideal, though. I don't know. I guess I can make it work, but I think what I'm going to do is start on the end with a small one, so I don't necessarily want to cut the small one any smaller, but I could cut the big one on the other end just a bit if I need to. So I'll just go that way, do it that way. I don't know if I'm going to wish I had pre-drilled these, but I don't think I'm going to. Let me check to see what screws I put in. 2 on each one, I'm assuming. These are the screws that definitely aren't weatherproof. I don't know what kind of consequences that will have in the long run, but I definitely should have used waterproof screws or whatever. It feels like these might, at least that small one in particular, might be prone to splitting. I'm sort of thinking I'll probably regret if I don't pre-drill these, as annoying as it is. Should do it. Might be kind of hard to get this out of there, but since it's a little bit wider than it should be, I definitely don't want this to expand out significantly each step, so I think I will clamp it on there. Like I said, it's going to make it hard to get off of there, but I don't know where my big clamps went. Do-do-do. Blind. Probably right in front of my face. What? Are they under this? That's weird. Where could they have gone? There's like nowhere for them to hide. Oh, yes. Okay, this will make sure that I don't like keep expanding out too much. The only issue with doing this is that I don't know for a fact that these cedar planks are likely to be totally square from top to bottom. And if they're not, then I'm going to be aligning these up in a potentially unstraight fashion, which could have a cumulative effect. However, if I don't even bother to check which way they're skewed, seems like probability would say that they'll unskew by a 50% coin toss type probability. All right. Guess I should check each of these. I wasn't really thinking about it, but there's like a rough side, a smooth side, and maybe one certain thing. Just each board is completely different, so I can't be too picky. And also, when I put the other doors together, I actually sanded the edges before I did it. I'm not gonna bother with it this time. It would be a little bit less likely to give somebody splinters, but actually the unsanded look is kind of nice, just the rugged wood texture. That's my excuse. I just don't feel like doing it. It's too much work. I don't think it'll make a big difference. I don't have big enough lamps to go all the way across, so we can only do the first couple of these at the most. I'd love to have some 4-foot, 6-foot clamps. I don't know, some giant things. For these kind of projects, it would really help. It would just be nice to have. But there's a lot of tools that would be nice to have. But not realistic to have them just in. Maybe you use them in one project and then that's it. So it's not really sensible. So yeah, with these little gaps that I'm leaving, 1/2 centimeter, like insects can get through there, but insects can find a way no matter what you do, so I don't really feel bad. If anything, it'll give a little bit of aeration, or I don't know. I don't really have a theory of why I'm doing it this way. It looks kind of nice though to have a little gap, honestly. So even if it's just for aesthetic reasons, I don't know. I like whenever anybody builds a fence, they always gap the planks. Part of it is just so it has room to expand, I suppose, but I think it actually looks kind of nice. Looks kind of weird when they're all just stuck together. I don't know. running out of daylight. Sun will go down. Too long from now. That'll sort of limit out when once I see it starting to get sort of dark, I'll definitely wrap up the stream and call it good for the day. I won't finish this project. I'll get pretty far, and then I have to buy these extra boards anyway. And then I still haven't done the table thing. Table reinforcement. So I don't know if I'll live stream all that. Like, I don't get a lot of interesting streams. I sort of enjoy streaming even if nobody watches, but it would be more interesting if I knew that somebody was following the series and was like, oh, don't leave out the last part. You had me on the edge of my seat. Okay, how am I gonna clamp these without a clamp that's big enough? I think I'll just have to not use a clamp and get it as tight as I can. I'll probably live stream it though, because it doesn't really take too much off of my productivity. It does a little bit because when I'm trying to talk out loud or think of things to say for the live stream, I'm more likely to make mistakes and or not go quite as efficiently. But I think it's fairly negligible. I still have to like bring all these stupid tools out. It takes forever to set up. It takes a little bit longer to start working because of the setting up the live stream stuff, but not like that big of a difference. Yeah, this will turn out okay. I'll just make the last gap a little bit smaller than the others just to make it line up with the edge, and it'll turn out pretty good. I'm running screws too. I don't have money to buy a whole box of screws, so hopefully not, but we'll see. Screws are expensive. It's kind of stupid, actually. Okay. So one door is sort of done, not really, but the only other thing that I may have to do, and this is not a big deal, is I'll probably take one of these off and squeeze the hinge. Well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but I'll probably have to squeeze the hinge in between the cedar and the 2x4 to line up with the side of this so it can open up properly. So I'll probably end up deconstructing that a little bit, but that'll be easy. Yeah, here's the basic idea. Once I get those 2x4s here and down there, this will go here. I'll probably have to like do a little bit of trimming or whatever. I think I'll probably have to sand it with my belt sander just a slight bit. Like I want to round off this corner so it's less likely to hit up against there and whatnot. But that's the basic idea. It'll go in there. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to take maybe. It's weird because I actually cut it shorter than the opening, and it still is a little bit hard to wedge in there. I can get it in, but it's tighter than I expected because I left like an 1/8 inch gap. Oh, I wonder. I can't remember. I know these were. One was a little bit bigger than the other. Anyway, I'll probably just take this edge off, like an 1/8 inch off on this table saw later, so that it has a little bit of leeway, so it's not gonna be hard to open. But that'll be easy. But that's basically the idea. Nothing fancy, really. I have some hinges already. I need to buy one of those little lock latch thingies, just not to like make it secure. It's more just so that it doesn't swing open in the wind or something. But yeah, that's basically what we're doing. And I'll finish this other door by putting these on there, but otherwise I'm not gonna finish this project today like I hoped. It'll take another day to do it all, especially since I need to go buy the boards, or a board at least. Hey Dale, I don't know how long that has been there, but my text-to-speech thing doesn't announce emojis or stickers, I guess. Anyway, sorry about that. Probably like an hour ago. Anyway. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Alright. Let's finish this. Or wait, did I? Yeah, I did put the door together. Okay, good. I just need to do this. Let's see if I can get at least this part done before dark. That'd be nice. So we'll start like we did with that side. Man, it looks like I might run out of screws. That'll suck. I might have a few extras somewhere, but... Ooh, it's gonna be tight. I don't think I'm going to bother use the clamps. It's not that big of a deal. Noticing that this is not perfectly straight, so I kind of need to hold it out a little bit farther on this end anyway. For a second there, I was like, this doesn't look right. It's fine. I didn't, I might have to strip a little bit off the final board because I didn't start with the big side, and I don't know what gap it will turn out, but it might be fine. We'll find out. Looks like it might have almost no gap or no gap at all to make it fit, unless I strip some of it off. Because I did this one a little bit tighter. Yeah, basically no gap unless I strip a bit off, which I might do just to make it look a little bit more consistent. I don't know why. I think, yeah, I mean, I know I didn't do it as tight as the other one because I didn't use the clamps, but these boards vary a lot. Like, it's kind of surprising how much their width can vary. It's quite irritating, actually. Just cut off a bit. It'll look better that way. It'll be quite difficult to cut off such a small amount, I guess, but we'll try. I don't know if I've ever tried to do this before. This will be interesting. Cut off such a tiny sliver. I have no idea what this will do. Probably nothing good. Yeah, it worked out. I wasn't sure because there was like nothing to push on the gap near the fence. It could have gone a little bit haywire there, but not too crazy. I'll probably end the stream after this. There's nothing I can do to finish it, really. I could start working on those the things to support the tabletop, but since I can't finish it today anyway, I'll probably just save that for the next time. I don't know how far up my table saw blade can go, but I probably will try to trim off just like an 1/8 inch or something like that off the edge of the door. At least this one's too wide. I don't know. This one will probably be similar. So I'll probably have to trim both of them. That feels a little bit chaotic. Try to trim just a tiny bit off. But I don't know. It's what I'll have to do. It would take too long to try to sand it off, so that's probably table saw is the best way to do it. This one fits a little bit better, but I think I'll still trim off like just an 1/8 inch. Make it not quite so have so much friction or drag when I'm trying to close it. In a way, it would be kind of nice if it was snug, because then it would just stay shut. But this one I definitely have to trim. Maybe I should just try to do that right now. Let's see how tall this blade can extend. I don't know if I can cut all the way through. Probably. No, I don't know actually. It's more than a 2x4. It's a 2x4 plus this cedar thing. So let's just try, see what happens. Nice. Yeah, you can go up that high. That'll be it'll feel kind of crazy to do, but I don't know. Not sure how much to take off either exactly. Probably not quite as much as I have it set to right now, but I mean, I basically have to put it almost right up to the fence. We'll just see what happens. This might be a little bit crazy. Hopefully it's not dangerous. But it's definitely not ideal, I would say. Not ideal. The other thing is I need to clamp it down, otherwise it could slide while I'm trying to cut. A good thing. Okay, here comes the chaos. Pray for my safety. This could get a little bit interesting. Or not. My thickness to cut through. Oh, we're done a fuse or something. It's going okay. Then just started like slowing down. Check science. Going on the fingers. Too thick. Alright, yeah, we'll deal with that later. I kind of knew that would be a little bit on it. Sure how to back with these really short, really long. Anyway, we'll figure it out. I kind of need to get started cleaning up anyway. It's going to get better. Kind of feel that. So, I have about 5. Once I figure it out. Anyway, I think I'm probably just going to use screen. So, I don't know if I'll stream the second part or not. Maybe. Probably, since I talked about it. Finish the series. Got pretty far. Wish I was hoping. I thought it was usually what I was going to do. So, go up run. So yeah, thanks for joining me. I'm gonna get out today.